Anyway, I'm sorry for the last 8 minutes of silence. Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, and catch us live at twitch.tv/TalkAsWell too. If you're watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe a comment, maybe a little subscribe, and see if you dislike, and tell me why. I will probably cut the first 8 minutes since it's basically just silence. And that's pretty much the only reason. All I did was cut down trees, quite literally. I was talking, there's nothing else going on. Alright. You can just see the car, I was cutting down trees. Anyway, thank you for telling me. See, that's why I have to always check, and I just figured today it's fine. Because it's never a problem. And it's like, it's always when I'm like, yeah, you know, it's fine when it decides to just, like, well, spaz out and just stop working. And I need to remember that. It's so frustrating. Anyway, I was discussing my thought, what you couldn't hear is I was discussing the thoughts of what I was thinking of the world and how it kind of works and all that, right? Lore stuff, and obviously none of that's in the VOD either way. Yay. Anyway, what I was thinking is I kind of like the idea that no tree is left normal, if you will. Even if it looks normal on the outside kind of thing. I mean, obviously that means anywhere I have a structure or I have intention, the idea that people would be, or you'd go near it. I'd have to try and remove the trees or change them and all that, but that's kind of okay by me, I think. You know? Like... But considering, like, the different types of apocalypses, each of them kind of have to do with either you have no light, or just like, it's like the world got magic bombed, if you will. Some form of hex, or spell, or whatever. Completely destroying the world. I kind of think that that would then mean then none of it should have anything like normalcy should kind of be able to be removed a little bit. Except for inside buildings. So I was trying to decide kind of how I would go about it. I think though what I would do is there'd be like a building over in that area in which trees that are quote unquote normal trees are grown. Right? It's a similar concept. I have to design it and all that, but then the concept would be as you go farther out and farther away from it. You like the idea? But like either you learn to adapt to the new trees, like in the Christmas village, right? Or rather the new landscape or everything, or you try to force things to maintain a normalcy, which leads to a place like the city. Here, in which the farther out you go, the more crumbled down it is. But it'd be probably more along the lines of on this side over for like there, maybe? So obviously we're gonna have buildings here as well, but like a little bit in a ways, maybe we don't have it like completely flattened and then you have an area that's kind of up here. But then you transfer obviously that wood to the city. And because of things like the creepers and the zomberts and all that, right? Skelly boys or skeletons. But that means, obviously other than cutting down the trees for the city, I'm gonna have to do burning, because I can't get rid of every tree by hand. Probably. Which I'm fine with. I mean, nothing like a little house. And then I'd have to put in the custom trees. Probably in this area, I think they'd be made of, like, basalt. Or something. I swear I'm seeing something over there, but then I look over there and there's nothing. Playing tricks on me today. Anyway, but beyond that, yeah, so I think that it'd probably be some form of, like, petrification here. To the trees, which obviously would make them a lot harder to use, which is why you have, in the city, it's basically method 2, not method 1, right? So, unlike other places, maybe, it's more legit here. Although, the cherry blossoms exist, and I kind of feel like I can leave them, because they aren't really, like, natural. So you have the cherry blossom village up top that is built from the... Hi, old wagon. My wisdom. That was a good question. I guess always check that your mic is on and hasn't decided to randomly switch off. I'm gonna be paranoid for another couple weeks again. And then when I'm finally no longer paranoid, that's when it's gonna go off again. And I'm just gonna be like... Anyway, how are ya? I hope you're well. I don't even know what default is. Like, that's the thing that is so weird to me. Like, it switched it back to default. But... well, at the moment, I'm cutting down trees. I hadn't really decided what I wanted to do. So, I'm clearing out the landscape. A little bit. But we could decide to do something else. Okay. I've heard. I have heard. There. Right. Anyway. Nice. Why do I think I know which one it is? I see. Alright, Alright, and then... Oh, cool, there's no more there. See. Anyway, there. So, you know? Alrighty, hey, I mean, it's pretty good. I know my sister's been wanting more people on her, her little SMP there, her little, well, not little. I don't even know. Pikachu. Nice. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that. I just literally can't link, really. I mean, I guess I could try to figure out if I could link her Discord, but I'm not connected in any way, shape, or form to it. That's really all I could maybe do, and I don't have her Discord because she doesn't want me in there. So, yay. I kind of did notice. My mom didn't. I'm trying to get my mom views and stuff because I've noticed that bots don't pop in as much if you have views. You know? Of like just any kind. It tends to throw more of a fit, so I'm just trying to give her like that week to have like a bit of a buffer. Then, and I mean the biggest reason is I just hopefully my mom won't have too many issues with bots. I'm just saying, I just figured like, and like I said, I'm only gonna give her the Discord shoutouts for the first week, and then from there. That's on her. Figure out how to set up Discord and everything, but... Oh, I'm sure. She's still confused. I'm not entirely... Because I wasn't listening at that moment, so I'm not entirely certain what exactly she said. Or sounded like she said. But yeah, she's... My mom is definitely unique. Oh, I'm sure. Hi. Anyway, but yeah. And this really is, at least in part, she doesn't really, she has been playing, my mom has basically been playing video games since, well, on and off, right? Since, NES days, basically. Actually, no, beyond that. She apparently had the Pac-Man, pattern. The Pac-Man pattern memorized. Back when the arcade machines were a thing. And stuff. Yes, my mom. But she hasn't really, she just doesn't have time. And doesn't really give herself time. So I'm definitely willing to encourage her to be able to do this, because this is her giving herself time to actually play games and not just play on her phone. So she finds like phone games that are definitely more along the lines of yeah. I'll definitely not tell her what it actually was then. But no. Point being... yeah, apparently, like... But she basically doesn't, give herself time, like I said, and so it's like... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um... But yeah. There we go. Like I said, I don't know. Beyond that, though, like, as I have streamed, I definitely, I know that feeling of, like, having, like, where it'll tell you that you have a viewer, and then it'll, like, you won't, and it'll just be silence. But I just didn't want her to have that for first week either. At the very least. Because that is frustrating. But like I said, if you don't, I've literally made it a separate channel just so that if you don't hear, you can mute it. But yeah, I hope that in general. I don't think she's gonna do that. Her, she has... I really don't want to say, because if Mom decides to do it, so it's her, but... let's just say... It would be much more difficult for Mom. Not that it's impossible, mind you. Let me be clear. It's not impossible, but... yeah. Don't know how to explain it. So we're just gonna leave it at that. The exercise ones probably would not. Maybe the spins, but yeah. Not that she wouldn't try. And I'm just gonna beg you, if she does add them, do not. Because I do not want her stuck. Well, kind of. It depends on the medium. Let's just go there. But it's just like different things for different people. Like my mom used to do choir until well, she just... No, not drawing. Yeah. Mom used to be a really good singer. So yeah. And Mom can write, definitely. Mom does not write. Yep. Hello, llama. That is annoying. Just stay over here and you'll be fine. See, here again is the pale hanging moss. So yet again, it's like, so I can get basically every item other than the amber, right? Or the resin. From the Wandering Trader, I've almost completely confirmed now. So what's the point of going to the Pale Garden other than to get resin, which I find ugly? Sorry about the distraction there. Anyway, but no. No, Mom's thing, I would say the biggest thing is playing and breaking games. Like... Mom's crazy good at that. And 100%ing them if she can. At the very least, like, without, like, going into the code kind of thing. Like, I know there's people who can go into the code and really break the game, but, like... Yeah. So that's what I would say. Yeah, that's true. Mom just straight up just goes. And as she's mentioned on her streams already, I know, but just like literally, if it tells you to go right, she goes left. Yes, I want to play that one. I actually do, but I saw it for like on the Switch, a trailer on the Switch, right? I so want to play that one because I was just like, oh my goodness. Because the art actually is done by the creator of Fairy Tail, Hiro Mashima. Like, I was just like... But then I was just like, but I can't afford it. But I do want to play it. It's like so my style. Yeah, no, I saw it and I was like, I want to play this game. And then I saw the price tag and I was like, one day I'll play this game. Well, I like farming sims, right? And it's got like a battle system using the farming sims. Well, I don't like Pokemon. I do kind of like the concept of like some of the parts of it. And it's literally by probably cheaper on Steam. I do agree, but I'd have to wait for a Steam sale and stuff. And I keep forgetting to check and all that, and I have to hope that there's actually a Steam sale. I'm not one. So that doesn't work. I believe in making sure that the people who make the game get their money. As much as possible. Even if it limits me. Because I'd like them to keep making games, you know? Like if I don't want the game, I'm just not going to buy it kind of thing. Otherwise, I think... Even if I find I don't like the game, heck, Harvestella, I found the story frustrating, but I chose to get the game because I was interested up until basically halfway through the story where the entire storyline kind of just completely changes. And it behaves like, oh no, nothing changed, this is the same, but you're getting Harvestella. But no, I do actually want to play that one. And yes, the art is done by the creator of Rave Master, Fairy Tail, and Eden Zero. And several other short form series. And actually, I think it's really cool that he got to do that, because like one of the short form series he did was for Monster Hunter, which he was super excited about back then, because it was game he really liked. So the fact that it's kind of like a farming Monster Hunter kind of game, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool. The guy got to do the art on that. Fair enough. I feel like for me, it's like, and then there's I add like an extra step, which kind of makes it next to impossible, and there's no chance for the game to return at all. Especially for like Nintendo games, because for me, I'm like, they like to go back into their catalog, and they like to bring them back, you know, every couple of years. And did you see that they finally put out their teaser for the Switch 2? So it's like, yes. But I'm like, so that's got me excited, actually, pretty happy. I'm still betting it's gonna be closer to to probably not like soon, obviously, because they're gonna be. Do we want to watch the direct? I don't know. I think they aren't gonna break as easily as you might think, but we'll see. Because they're gonna do a Switch 2 Direct in April, right? Do we want to watch them on stream? I know I'm gonna be like before everybody else, like after everybody else, right? But I can maybe avoid it. Well, it looks like they're keeping them modular, right? They specifically showed that in the teaser. And apparently, if the leaks are to be believed, mouse functionality as well to them. True. And luckily, I mean, obviously I won't be able to do it because it's going to be too expensive, but there's going to be people who are going to get to put their hands on them in April. So, like, we'll know pretty quickly. Because they're doing hands-on events. And there's no way I'll afford a ticket to that. And the price of going to those places. Well, they seem pretty dedicated to Xenoblade at this point, right? Bringing back games if they can and all that. But I mean, that's one thing I definitely... I like about Nintendo. I know that people don't... and I don't completely disagree, but I do get it. Because they keep their trademarks and their copyrights safe, then they can go back and kind of re-release older games and the like. Yep. And I kind of think I like that. I know price tags and stuff, but at the same time it's like, what actually works on the new system? You know? I mean, that's kind of where I go with it. Like, but yeah, I also know that Nintendo Ninjas can be scary. But at the same time, as long as you follow their guidelines for the most part, that's not really an issue. And they are weirdly pretty clear about that. It's like, make sure it doesn't come across their desk, and they won't do anything about it. You know? I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense, because, well, a lot of people go, oh, they're just doing an emulator. They still have to make sure it works for the system and do a lot of R&D, right? Plus, part of that funding goes into making new games in that series if it does well. It's kind of testing to see, do people actually have an interest? Or are they just saying they do? Plus, from what I remember seeing, not recently, but it was like a couple of years ago, there were people who discussed why the games end up being so expensive. And stuff. Not just Nintendo, but in general. Basically, there's kind of like a force... It's kind of like with the movie theater thing, right? Where obviously store owners, they get a certain percentage, but then they demand the prices must match whatever is going to be in store. So that's part of why digital games on console tend to be, unless you're specifically getting them through the subscription, more expensive and things like that, even if it doesn't make sense. It was weird, but made sense. It's that whole... And the thing that I think makes the most sense with Nintendo's continuing to be like, yeah, fine, is that they like to release physical. Even now. Notice, I mean, they're making sure their system has the ability to have physical games be put into it. And backwards compatibility. Which is what they dedicate themselves to more, overall. when they can. Heck, the only reason why there was none for the Switch was because they completely changed formats of what they were using because of the amount of information it goes on. Again, I'm not able to completely, because it was from articles like years ago, right? That's part of why I can't just go, and here's the article to show you what I mean. But I thought it was super interesting back then. And yeah, now that they, Yep, exactly. And that is because, basically because Steam no longer doesn't work with physical releases. They don't have to worry about that for, like, having to work with places that sell the game physically. It's weird. It's that whole, kind of like hostage. If you want your game to be sold here, then you have to go by this minimum price kind of thing. Plus, it doesn't help that inflation has happened. And a game that would have been $40 then becomes $60, and it becomes more and more and more, and it's just like... Technically, they're releasing it at what would be current day same cost, or close to equivalent. But it doesn't feel like it should be, because it's like, but it was such and such price when it first came out. Which also sucks. But again, kind of makes sense, because again, it's like, well, any game that comes out from here on is going to be this price tag. Are you actually going to buy, or is there no point in making more games? It's sad. And I mean, they sometimes still make them cheaper anyway. But, or kind of like mitigate it, like you said, by adding new content, or adding, new functionality, or just making sure they have 2 or 3 games on there. Potentially even later down the line adding free DLC, or you can buy it if you want it, kind of DLC as well. But like, I do get it. Because even if we don't see the process of how they actually deal with it and all that, yeah. I mean, somebody's gotta get paid. And typically the people that are getting paid are not just the people at the top. Part of why I don't know. It's definitely one of the biggest reasons why whenever I see people going on about pirating and stuff, I just go, I kinda get it, but like the frustration, but at the same time, you're not taking money out of the pockets of the people at the top of the company, as you seem to think you are. You're taking it out of the average developer who is not the head of the company pocket, and also taking any chances at future games that they may make. So if you like the game, make sure the developers get paid and have the chance to make more games. If you don't like it, don't buy it, don't play it. Simple solution. I don't know, you can disagree though, that's fine. That's just kind of how I ended up feeling whenever I see stuff like that. And yeah, no though, like if it were like Xbox, I definitely can see where they just kind of do abandon games. At the same time, well, maybe they'll bring it back. They've done it with the subscription service, so it's like, nah, I wouldn't do that. Also, I wouldn't buy Xbox, so I'm not gonna do it anyway, but... Same feeling. So it's not just Nintendo either. It's like, well, other companies do it as well. So even there, I just feel that's kind of where I go with it. But I'm not going to tell you not to do it if you do it, by the way. Let me be clear. That's your own prerogative, you know? I'm not going to stop anyone from doing anything. Because that is not my business. That is your business. And I don't feel like sticking my foot in that. Alright. I mean, heck, notice I paid for every version of Minecraft I have. Yes, I know right now I basically have 2. Which is one on my phone and one here, and we also own one for the Switch, but it's because it's like, I'm not gonna just go in. Yeah, like, if I see a game I'm interested in, that's kind of just what I do. Anyway, this conversation has gone really off the rails. We were discussing interesting games. Or interested in a game, I guess, but in games in general. Yeah. Fair enough. Notice, not judging. And I do get. And honestly, part of why I do add that extra caveat is I feel like I potentially do make money off that game, right? If I play it on stream. Therefore, feels kind of wrong. Hi, Thomas. I'm glad to hear you're fine. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, to me, that's kind of also part of it as I look at it, I go, like I legit will probably, at least make maybe like 10, 15 cents off of this game. If I stream it. It just makes it feel all the worse. Not that they even care, usually. Unless it's like, literally you're stealing the game in advance. But, typically. Or effectively explaining how to get games that are currently coming out. But even then, I mean... I don't know. And, you know, the biggest irony is that people like to go, oh look, Nintendo's going after them, but they tend to ignore every other company. If they feel they have the ability to, they do it just as much, if not more. Which is kind of crazy. I think that's the weirdest, craziest thing. Like, they're like, we're protecting our stuff. And I still go with, I think there had to have actually been something, by the way. And this is where I think people disagree with me. I think with the Palworld thing, I do think there was something else going on we did not see that was behind the scenes. Because they were pretty ready to settle. And did immediately. Pretty much. Put out there going, oh, we're the poor business. And then settled. And I did look this up because I was curious. The exact price, basically, of getting 5 patents. Either upped or reissued, kind of thing. In Japan. That was the price. I was curious. I was like, so how much is a patent in Japan for that kind of thing? Gaming patent, right? For a major company and all that. Xbox has put money into it, and PlayStation has put money into it, which is the other thing people were pretty suspicious about. That, basically the Sony and... that the real fight was with Sony, and that Palworld was basically in the middle of it, which I do agree with as well. But I did think it was interesting that basically the amount of the settlement was quite honestly just literally the price of the patents. And that was all they asked for as well. And Palworld just changed it and moved on. And knowing Sony's involvement, it really is possible there was more to it, but we'll never know. They didn't let it go to trial. I think both sides had issues, and I know people will not agree with me. I don't think that Palworld was completely, like, to blame either, though, let me be clear. Although, because it wasn't really them, you know? The ones who really made Nintendo look at them were the idiots that continued to go, it's just Pokemon with guns. And then Sony showed an interest in buying them, and who knows? Which again, not exactly, it really isn't, you know? I don't have an interest in it because I don't have an interest in Arc, and it's supposed to be more like Arc, right? But that's what to me, and like I said, you can tell me I'm wrong, that's fine. I think we'll never really know. I seriously though wish I could have the fly on the wall of knowing in that alternate universe what it was though. Because they didn't think they'd win, obviously. Which doesn't make sense by what we saw. Which again is, or even if they thought they'd win, they thought they'd lose something. I'm pretty sure that they announced that they were going into settlement. I remember this. But maybe I'm wrong. And see, you could tell me. They were discussing settlement. They're going into settlement. They're fixing the changes. Da-da-da-da-da. This was on gaming news, like... Because people are going, we've lost, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. And that Palworld was accepting it. If they are going through, then I can't wait to find out what's going on. As I said, I only know what I've seen. And, like I said, I follow gaming news to some extent, and the reason I was kind of curious is I was like, it is so weird. In theory. But the problem is, again, like I said, the amount for both the settlement and the overall was literally the cost of the patents. Which is where I go with, I'm curious as to what it is. Yeah. Under normal circumstances, I'd be like, But considering that's never worked in the past either. Exactly. Like I said, I looked into it, I was curious. And this is on the lower end of getting patents. So this is why I had been curious. Because I was like, so how much is a patent? In Japan specifically. For like gaming features. And it is about, at minimum, it could be anywhere between 100,000 to 1,000,000 yen a piece. And I just thought it was interesting, like I said, that they had filed 5 patents almost exactly, around 4 to 5 patents. And then the amount for both the settlement and for if they won was the price of that. That's all I was saying. I think that's the part that's most intriguing to me and why I want to know more. Like I said, I was curious. Yeah, it really isn't. And like I said, it's the kind of thing that to me says there's something else going on. Or they want to make it the patents can't. You know, that's also possible. True. But I can't help but think the irony is I wouldn't be surprised if they also went about it to be like, and now nobody can go after us for patents. You know? Or quote-unquote patent theft. Nintendo likes to think 6 steps ahead, and we never know what their steps are. I swear, I mean, the fact that they used the leakers to reveal when they were sticking out their teaser trailer, I mean, for Pete's sake. And to show off their thing beforehand. True. Although, from what I've seen from several people who understand Japanese law, apparently you still have to specify more specifics when you actually are discussing it. So I think it probably ends up being, it's not as simple. But no, I could absolutely see them going for the idea that, well, now we're using what's been patented by this person. Anybody can use them. So, oh well. Because, yeah, getting into the nitty-gritty. I absolutely see it. Plus, since they weren't the main name on the things, they were the secondary party that are suing. It's also possible they got dragged in by the Pokemon Company because they own stake in it as well. And they're like, we're all going in. We'll never know. Unless the trial happens. And even then, we'll never truly know. But no, if Palworld hasn't actually accepted it. Oh, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. That it can be weird. Though at the same time, I kinda get it. It's just... perhaps, like, the level, you know? Like... perhaps, like, obviously you can't patent, like, running or jumping or something like that, kind of like normal patents, but... it definitely gets into weird places. And I will say, as far as games go, Nintendo going, as they go into the more specific to specifics when they have to, it's like, it's specifically an orb, it's specifically this. And Palworld has changed. I know that they changed the way that they're doing it, right? So that's why I assumed that they had taken the settlement, which was part of the settlement, was change the stupid thing from being a ball. Make it something different. That's why I assumed that they had at least going through, if not had gone through the settlement. Yep, exactly. And then you have to prove that React is not, that they can't do that. Yep. And that basically was what the Nintendo and the Pokemon Company seemed to be most annoyed at. The fact that they caught it in a near... It wasn't identical, but in so close to being nearly identical. Right? And they're like... So... and I think that's part of where I would go with, I absolutely see it being because of Sony. Yeah. I think in the end, it probably was the work of basically Sony declaring they're gonna... they didn't declare, but they inferred they're gonna try and buy Palworld. And Nintendo doesn't trust Sony. No, it's a company. They clearly have a lot of trust issues. For good reason. When you look into the history with how the PlayStation was made, right? And what it led to it and all that. But see, that's not Nintendo. That is Game Freak that made Scarlet and Violet. Literally the only, like, one of the best I've seen where people will go, this is one of the best Pokemon games, was still made by, like, actually made by Nintendo, the Pokemon Arena. Which is, for some reason, been becoming popular again, but no, that's Game Freak that made Scarlet and Violet. Remember. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think they would have let it go out if they had known. I think it's more like, if this fails, it's on you. Because at the end of the day, Game Freak owns the rights of releasing the games and everything. And basically, they've forced Game Freak to agree to have to take longer on their next game by doing it that way. Right? Who knows if they actually will? But I mean, it's a pretty good power move. Like, well, now nobody wants to buy your game. What you gonna do now? Plus, you kind of still have to have a game. If they say they're ready to ship, and it clearly isn't. From what I know, the only, like, actual bug fixes that happened weren't through Game Freak, but through Nintendo. So, I just don't think they were happy, but there wasn't much they could do. Again, they don't actually technically own the rights to game distribution. They own the rights to say it has to only be on Nintendo consoles, but to some extent, but even then, is where it becomes complicated. At least from what I've seen. Problem is, Game Freak is their own studio, and honestly, I think the biggest thing that showed that like Nintendo told off Game Freak is when you see like for the DLC, like versus when they were announcing the game, like they're being like super like for when they announced Scarlet and Violet, they were so like smug and da da da. When they were releasing the DLC, they were very not. They were very the opposite, very somber. So, I don't know. No, they don't. They own a stake in the Pokemon Company, but they don't actually own Game Freak. Game Freak also owns a stake in the Pokemon Company, and the Pokemon Company owns like a bit of each of them. It's a very complicated, stupid thing. But no, Nintendo does not actually own Game Freak. They are their own studio. That's pretty much, I'm going to say, the only reason that they haven't been completely gutted and removed at this point, I'm guessing. Quietly and behind the scenes, but yeah. Like, I have guarantee you, if they did, those guys would not work. Exactly. Weird investment triangle where it's like, oh, where people can go, oh, but they own part of the Pokemon Company. But it's like, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. They own shares. But then the Pokemon Company owns shares in them and Game Freak and da 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 da, and it's just dumb. At the end of the day, you cannot see what's in a separate, not in-house studio. Because they are definitively not an in-house studio. From what I've seen. And I mean, it doesn't mean that like Nintendo can't have a flop or can't have like bad decisions. As I've said, it's just, it's one of those things where it's like, I just don't know. I would love to know, like, the behind-the-scenes kind of thing, just to know, so... Because the biggest thing to me that says that it's not just about, like, the patents and things, they didn't... It might really be about Sony, though, as well, just to go there, is they didn't care overall about Palworld, right? And they... Either they look for something that specifically they can show that's like, oh, this is... Or they just kind of immediately go after do cease and desist and the whole like. They didn't do either of those things, which makes it seem less likely, I guess. To me. But again, I'm just one person who does not know everything, or much of anything sometimes. I'm just a streamer. Like, I mean, they're far, far more likely to go, like, cease and desist immediately if they even think you possibly have done. And they don't typically just go make patents either for that specific purpose. Especially since patents take a really long time to go through as well. And since most of the patents also seem to be connected to Arceus and their new game, that are the games, right? Are those? It's also possible that that was what they were making them for. Of course, it's also possible that they were being petty. They're like, you actually stole designs that were not out yet, so therefore hadn't been announced. But you can't prove that without going... In all honesty, it really is hard to prove that. That's a conspiracy theory, so it makes pretty much no sense. I mean, I guess technically just going and being forced to get the patents is also, but I think it makes it's more likely than literally. Even though I think it'd be funny if that was why. But it's like they can't go out and admit the leaker sold to like Powell the designs or whatever. For Za. Yeah. That would only work if it was only Game Freak. Although, again, like I said, depending on how things work, basically anybody involved in the Pokemon Company / Game Freak may, specifically the Pokemon, because that, again, that was the main name on the headline. It wasn't Nintendo, and on the forums as well. It's also possible that it's like, now you're going through as well, and then it just looks, again, not saying it. I want to know what it is. Also, if you're thinking, what the heck is wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with me. I like conspiracy theories. My brain doesn't work normal. So, I tend to look for the secret suspicions that probably make no sense overall. Saying for anybody that might be new. I doubt there is anyone. But, you know, still gotta say it, right? Anyway, I think that's what to me, though, is I could totally see it's either because of Sony or it's because of the forcing of patents. Or pettiness. Just straight up, like, I don't know who the leaker is, but we know who you are. Yeah, you come in and you have no understanding of what I'm doing because I'm just so out there. But hey, I mean, that's why I come up with the most out-of-pocket theories about games. That definitely have some feeling of truth to them sometimes. Sometimes they're just crazy. So, yeah. Alright. Let's see. But hey, look, I made it all the way back here. I wasn't sure how far back I was gonna make it in general. Because I was like, there's just so many trees. There's no way I'm gonna be. And then I'm already back here. That's pretty good. I mean, I haven't gone like to the sides too much, but yeah. Anyway, other than that, but yeah, no. Like, let me see. Are there any games you guys are excited about? Changing the subject entirely, because I don't know. Oh, yeah. No, there's nothing as crazy as theories as to why something gets cancelled. Because, well, you don't want to think that it just got cancelled because, well... Yeah. Fair enough, you're excited about the Xenoblade. I get it. I do. They've shown they care, or they've shown that they haven't forgotten, which is cool. Fair enough. See, that's the one I was saying. I wonder if the patents were being made for that one. Oh yeah, I probably won't play the Monster Hunter, but it definitely looks interesting. So I get it. It does look interesting. It looks cool. But I have a feeling that... Well, obviously, I don't think the new one... Fair enough. Yeah, that's true, because nothing new has been announced for the most part. They're kind of stuck between consoles. But no, I mean, the biggest reason why I probably won't get Monster Hunter is just, like... it's not... I don't believe it's coming to Switch. And I think it's too big for my computer, so... Well, it might come to the Switch, too. It's supposed to be far more powerful. Again, according to leaks. Who knows if it's actually true. But if the leaks are true, which a lot of them turned out to be... Which makes me wonder if at this point they were just using the leakers to put out the information. Be like, yeah, we don't have to do any hyping. I know I'm excited about chapters 3 and 4 of Deltarune are supposed to come out this year. So that's something. At some point. You know? It probably won't. Knowing how they go about things, but at the same time I kind of get it. They basically, you're like, yeah, we're not gonna be responsible for your team speak in that way. If you want that, basically go get some form of Discord. Which, you know what? I say fair. I wouldn't want that responsibility either. Because then they have to be a lot more careful. Think of it like this. They don't have to care what you're saying on console, or like on any game, if you're not talking on console. A lot easier to not limit, to keep things like, yeah, you can go do what you want, just our name is not involved. You can say whatever you want. We're not a part of it. True. But the problem is, every time they do something like that, then people expect them to add more things like that, and I think that at some point it just becomes... nah. They want to focus on games, not pleasing people. Which one could argue is like, but you're making games to please people. That's probably why they make good games. They make the games they want to play and say everything else will work itself out. And it usually does. I think that's the craziest part about that, is that they just go, yeah, we'll make a game we like. And if people want to play it, they can. And then... yeah. But, I mean, I think it's a fair way to handle it. To be like, yeah... we could focus on all those little things. Or we could make good games that everybody likes. At the end of the day, it works. Heck, they even take things that other games try to do and fail at and then show, well, we can make it work. I honestly feel that way with like Echoes of Wisdom. I honestly think they showed, well, you can do the oh, you're actually playing as the girl, or basically like the reverse or everything. You gotta do it right. You gotta show that she is not the end-all be-all superstar at the end of the day, because obviously otherwise it's just you have to put down the other side. I mean, she can be kind of a superstar, but you can't just go with... I don't know. Anyway, point being, I mean, they basically kind of showed that, yeah, you can do it, but you gotta actually make it good. Which I still think is the funniest thing. And honestly, I think to me the biggest reason I think that they were basically mocking Western developers with Echoes of Wisdom is that they did a similar beginning where it's like, oh, you start playing as Link, but then you really are going to play as Zelda, you know? But then, instead of going into, and she is so much more awesome, they go into, and the reason you're playing as Zelda is because Link did what he always does and saved her. Because he is the real champ. At the end of the day. And now you're going to be guilt-tricked for like 2 hours. Because he saved you, because you're Zelda. I don't know, I love it. But it worked. It made sense, story-wise. It wasn't out of place, it wasn't... It felt like, yeah, I could totally see that working. But it also felt like they're just like, yeah, you guys can't do anything, right? I mean, as I said, they thought it could be interesting. I mean, they had said in the past that they had thought it could be interesting to do a game where they had Zelda as the main character, but that there was just no real way to do that. You have to find a way to explain it and everything. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think we'll get too many Zelda games that have... Or I guess we would call them Link games, wouldn't we? But I don't think we'll get too many of those just because, as I said, it's not simple to balance that. I still think it's funny that basically, even a game where you're playing as Zelda, da-da-da-da, Link still's got another girl. As you can see in the end credits. When did that happen? I don't know. I'm sure people disagree with me, but I thought that was really, really funny to have that little... Then also to present... And there's always someone out there, potentially, for Zelda. That she might like. And we might not know. Or definitely at least likes her. So I don't know. Anyway. But obviously, whenever there's a new Zelda game, I'm definitely getting that, just because I like Zelda. I think they're always fun. I like the games, I mean, not the... And yeah, like I said, Biltred. I am definitely excited about that. That is going to be hopefully good. And it is announced for 2025. That's why I'm excited. Alright, Anyway, I mean, I know this is, this here is just like me, I'm just cutting down trees. Nothing else happening. I don't know, I think that they could, if they... go about it in the right way. So I think that, although I don't think they're gonna, let me be clear. When I say this, I mean, I don't think that they're gonna, but I think they could probably. Just not set in Hyrule, probably. But I don't think they're gonna, because then they have to actually clarify. And I'm gonna go here, most likely. The Link ain't happening. But I think the biggest thing is they were mostly just trying to figure out their balance, you know? Like, how much do you do towards, like, dungeons versus how much do you do towards exploration? And I think they've had a nice mix in Echoes. But, you know, I mean, they had to find their perfect mix. Because the thing is, Echoes of Wisdom, as far as, like, if I was to compare one way or the other, I would compare it in some ways, in many ways, to Breath of the Wild. In this fact that the style of game is very open game, which is where Zelda started. Even the first Zelda game was a open world experience. Ironically, they went to doing less of that as time went on. And then people complain, like, and mostly only for like 3 games, basically. And then people threw a fit. They're like, no more of the formula. And it's just like, and so they're like, well, if you don't like this, well then, I mean, we'll do something different. We'll go back to what we were doing. But bigger and fancier. And now people are going, no. I think that's the thing. I think they just have to find their balance, and then beyond that, it's going to be something different as well. I kind of get giving the... I think the biggest balance they've got to find, though, is you need to get some form of reward feel, right, from each dungeon. It needs to be more dungeony. But how much of a dungeon is it, kind of thing. And things like that. It's definitely a complicated mix. To not feel like it's the same old stale all of like 3 games in a row, not even. Because they each did their own thing as well. And honestly, I just don't think that they like doing the whole having it be stuck on a path storyline thing where you never go back or do anything there again, or you have to re-unlock it kind of thing. I just... Because that's the thing I've noticed, like each of their games, they'll go to that kind of storyline, right? It's more so, and then they just like immediately kind of just start going, yeah, we could keep doing that. Or we could go this way instead. Which I think is funny. And that's where I go with, I could totally see something kind of Breath of the Wild. I don't think it's going to be during the Breath of the Wild timeline, just because I honestly think they do not want to confirm whether or not Link and Zelda are in a relationship, because I don't think that they would actually end up being so. Especially since it ends up being that for the English version they specifically remove the things that like makes people go, oh look, this is clear proof, and I oftentimes I'll look at the people going, well, the Japanese translation should, I'm like, huh? So he wants to see her smile, so he likes her? No wonder they didn't put that in there. Maybe, you know, here's what I kind of hope, that they'll go with the idea of being able to fix your weapon if they do another one. I think the idea of a weapon that's breakable is okay, but I think it should be able to be fixed too. If you can fix it, I'm okay with the durability system. Because honestly, overall, it's not that big a deal in Breath of the Wild. I mean, just look at my no teleport on hardcore. I am always swimming in high-level weapons. Or master mode, rather. Like, I have to decide, do I like this one better or worse? Do I want this? I don't know, I kind of get the concept of having it break in, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because otherwise, it's like, imagine having... you end up with the Age of Calamity problem instead. Where it's like, well, which one do I want to keep? But yeah, I think if they had the ability to fix a weapon, I think that would at least kind of, to some extent, mitigate that a little bit better. Or at least enough. I mean, they started having that a little, but they just didn't completely commit to it in years. So I do say if they go with that again, I would like to see that. Because I get the idea of like, yeah, we have so many cool weapons. If people, I mean, think of it like this. Let's say you have a flame blade, right? And it just doesn't break, or an electric blade or whatever, right? It has the enhanced strength, right? Or enhanced attack. Are you ever going to go ahead and be willing to try a different weapon that maybe is even better? But it doesn't have as high stats? Because that would take up that spot. I'm just saying, I kind of see their reasoning. You throw so many cool things in there and you go... And then there's only one way to make sure that people... But yeah, I totally see Or I hope that they could, if I could see them doing a repair system. But I also, I do not, I think they like the breaking weapons a bit too much to not potentially bring it back. Because it lets them add more cool weapons. I mean, I honestly think that was part of the problem, is they're just like, I want to add cool weapons and stuff. Which, I mean, fair. I mean, it was one step away from that, honestly, in Tears, so I could totally also see them doing that. Because you had the combining of using the weapon and the other. Now, obviously, I can't promise anything because I don't know what they're going to go with. I'm just going off their design choices they've made in the past. But, yeah, I think that's the next step. If they do, if they do another Breath of the Wild style game, right? Although they might just skip forward 100 years so that they can have Hyrule, like, or probably I'd actually go with like 200 years, so that they don't have to figure out how to explain whatever they don't want to explain. No. Exactly. I mean, they basically did that. Although it was actually an axe, but yeah. It worked. Hey, it made it fun too, because you gotta do all kinds of things. But again, like I said, I honestly think, at least in part, right? It was their way of showing off all their cool stuff. But no, I mean, like, finding balance. But, I mean, they have an aversion to third games. So I don't think, or rather, in, like, a series. Quite literally. A series of games, rather. Like, if you stop and you think about it, they're as bad as Valve. About having, like, a third. Because, like, for example, you have Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. Then next is, like, Twilight Princess in that timeline. Nothing for the third game that you might want. I don't think there ever has. I was just thinking maybe with the Oracle, and they're like, no. For the Oracle games, it's also... Awakening was its own thing. Technically. They kind of combine it, like, timeline-wise, maybe with the Oracle games, maybe not kind of thing. But they don't completely, like, commit. They're like, yes, it's in this part of the timeline together, but... Like, if you look at it, technically they do not confirm that the Oracle games are definitively the same hero. The other things that they... But the thing is, they definitely are committing to it. That's the one thing to know. Because they've already placed the Echoes of Wisdom on the timeline as to where it goes. Which is, like, right before... I think it's either A Link Between Worlds or A Link to the Past. I don't remember which. I think it was A Link Between Worlds. But yeah, as far as a series, though, of games altogether, they've never, ever done that. Quite literally. So... It's just you don't think about it because you think, well, there's so many games in the Zelda like series, but of course it's. But as far as like each era goes, kind of thing, that they've definitely made together for being together. Nah. They have never gone over 2. Honestly, I would probably guess that the biggest reason is then you have to explain the relationship. Which is it exactly? And it's like that point you're like, I don't want to explain that. I'm sure they'd give some other reason, but I mean, to some extent. Especially since at this point, I'd say the story writer, right? Apparently he loves this Link ship. I don't see him wanting to admit, but in this game that wouldn't happen. At the end. Yeah, but in this one also that wouldn't happen. I just don't think that I'd get it. And maybe it is. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I don't think... I don't even think Breath of the Wild. I think... it's more like... I especially just go with the concept that Link is deciding to move to Tarrey Town, and Zelda, she wants to live in Hateno and she's not planning on going anywhere. There's backwards compatibility, so you'll just be able to play them on the Switch too. So why would there be the need for a remaster? If you can play the game already, I think they're just gonna be like, well, you can play the game. Like, literally. Well, they have said, like, some games will not be. I'm gonna guess that a lot of them are gonna be, like, more likely to be, like, third-party games. Or it'll be, like, it's a specific thing that... But... Again, I guess it ends up becoming more like either second or third party studio kind of thing. Yeah, no. Like I said, the fact that they're going to have the backwards compatibility, they've returned to that. Like I've said before, I said earlier and I'll say, I'm going to keep saying it. The only reason the Switch had no backwards compatibility was because they flipped to using the SD cards. And thus had no room for the CDs. Because they wanted to be small and portable and everything. If they had have enough room, well, I honestly figured it probably would end up being more like the Switch. Because honestly, but it'll be like more of a mix of what they're going next and the Switch. So whatever features are kind of unique or newer are going to be related to whatever the next console is. Kind of like the Wii U, you know? If you look at the Wii U, it basically has a lot of features of the Switch. But it was not the Switch. It was still more akin to a Wii. So that's kind of what I'd say the Switch 2 is going to be. And depending on how far along their next console is, will depend on how much it reflects that. You know? I think they basically looked at the marketing and they said, you know what, we're just gonna call it the Switch 2 because the last time we gave it a unique name for this kind of console, they just didn't buy it, and now they're throwing fits. Yeah, exactly. They can play Breath of the Wild, but beyond that, the biggest thing is the fact that they have this. Basically, the Wii U has a handheld mode, effectively, that you can utilize, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were like testing to see if people liked the concept of being able to use it kind of like a DS, right? Which would have fit into the Switch kind of nice. But obviously, people didn't buy it and didn't want it, so they didn't do that. But they stuck with the portability thing. I liked it. I loved the Wii U. But honestly, I think that's part of it. They use it to test some new features they're thinking of adding to the new system that makes sense. And other things as well, and thus it definitely works kind of as an in-between. And this time they're just going, we're just going to call it the Switch 2. Because that's what people will buy. They won't buy it if it's got some slightly unique name. Nope. And then years later, when you're finally saying, like, closing that shop because we just don't have the server space, then people will throw a fit because they actually like the games, even though they didn't buy the system. I guarantee that's part of what went through their heads with the marketing. Like, I still can't believe that people got so upset with the concept that the Wii U store was closing, and I just was like, they need server space. It's more shocking overall that they had kept it up as long as they had. Since they already had a new shop and everything. It's more amazing. Yes, there's only some things. A, that would get them in hot water, and 2, I don't think they want to risk that potential rubbing off on them. That'd be the kind of thing you don't want. Like you don't name your ships the name of a ship that sank, kind of thing. You don't go there. Same with game systems, I'm gonna think. But no, I like I said, I still that's one of the biggest things I was left with when I heard the they were closing the Wii U store and so many people were throwing a fit. I was like, I kind of see the 3DS, not really at this point, but the Wii U had been still left open for 5 years after they had completely stopped production of the Wii U, and nobody even bought them. The problem is, and it's just, I don't know. And you could tell me I'm just like, well, but I'm encouraging the destruction of game preservation, but it's like, if you owned the game, you owned the game. They didn't tell you you couldn't keep your game. And if you didn't buy it in effectively 15 years, how is it their fault when they finally have that they're trying to open up server space for themselves? And probably giving up on, they're just going, we can't keep updating this in the way that we're expected to. It costs money, you know? It's unfortunate. I do think that. But at the same time, I do look at it from like an economics point of view and I go, it makes sense for them to go, this is literally bleeding money. This is my controversial gaming takes. You can judge me for them. That's fine. But yeah, no, like, I think that's one of the bigger things to me on that one, was just, I was like, economically, it's probably causing more damage than helping. And it's sad. But they can't force they can't force third-party developers to move their game over to the new system. They just can't. And of the complaints I was seeing, that was like the big one, was like people going, but the third party, it's like, if the company hasn't moved it, it's not Nintendo's fault. Especially since Nintendo immediately had gotten to start moving the Wii U games over to the Switch immediately. The only ones they really haven't are the ones that were like HD remasters that they were probably like, they literally just re-released this. And nobody bought it. Other than that, though, they were pretty focused. Yeah. That is true. But they weren't releasing a physical version anymore, I believe. Because, well, nobody's buying it. Actually, no, they were releasing it on the Wii, I remember, but not the Wii U. I think that was what it was, wasn't it? It was like that. That was like that. That's the only thing I kind of remember. I was like, what? And the only reason it kind of was on the Wii U store was because technically it was the same store, kind of, as the Wii, but not really. But no, other than like, all I was saying is I see it from, yeah, exactly. There's still a potential someone might buy the Wii version of the game, although they're probably just gonna buy the Switch version. But what was the actual number? I think there was like, I think it was like overall like 22 million Wii U's were sold or something like that, which it sounds like a lot. But then, I don't even think it was that many, actually. But in the grand scheme of things, I know it wasn't a lot. It was enough to be considered a failure on every front. Which is the reason we didn't get those features for the Switch, which I still think I would have liked them for the Switch. I think it could have been cool to have a screen you could maybe like pull up and utilize in the game. That was awesome. Like if you played, I do not own the game, I don't think. But I did get from the library the Lego Undercover Cop, right? The Wii U version was so cool. Because you could use it to scan and stuff while you had the normal game up on the screen. That was just so cool. Yep, exactly. Whatever the number was. Well, I mean, even the Wii had already basically. The reason I remember is basically. Yeah, it sold less than the Wii, it sold less than the Switch, it sold less than the DS, 3DS, I think it even sold less than the 2DS XL thing, right? I mean, because nobody wanted a Wii U. Which is a shame. And then we basically lost those features forever because... yeah. Anyway, I mean, and like I said, I think it's a shame. I honestly think it was one of the coolest things that they had done, because it did basically take the DS and make it a console in a way that you just couldn't. In any other way. Oh well. I suppose it could have been worse. But yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, it was... I will say it probably was very difficult to watch anyone play that, because it was something that, I mean, the Switch obviously just handled it by kind of removing that, but, from what I know, but it was so cool where it's like, if you need to scan, what you would do is you take the Wii U, and you would just hold it up and you'd move it around with your face. Try and see. They kind of still do that with the Switch if you have it in handheld, but it's not the same because you don't have the main screen as well to see what else is going on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of why they haven't brought Wind Waker over to the Switch. They were just so sad that it'd go back to like a different way. It's like, but it was so cool on the Wii U. Because it was. Because on the Wii U, they had where you could be looking at the map and you could still have the normal screen up top. So you can be playing a game, but you can look at your map and see what's going on without changing. And it was, again, super cool. No pausing the game. Oh, I bet it was. But honestly, if I had to guess, that's the biggest reason why it's taken so long for some of these games to come over, unless they were like Laker or something. Because it's just like, if it's a first-party game of any kind, it's just like, but it was so cool. And people just didn't like it because it was on the Wii U, and it was popular to hate the Wii U at that point, apparently. And then, once the Wii U was no more, then people were like, why would you get rid of it? It's just like, I still go with like, the people who are now complaining are the ones that did this to themselves. Not saying you specifically, Snow, on the example I'm about to use, but like, the people complaining about all the Breath of the Wilds, a lot of them were the people who complained about Skyward Sword. Because it's so following the formula, even though it didn't really do the same kind of thing. It did its own thing, you know? It had different fun features. It was interesting. It still is. I'm glad they brought it to the Switch. But so then their next game on console was... They went for a more open world because that's like, well, that's what people keep asking for. And here's the thing, this is why I say not you, Snow, is that immediately people started completely, the same people, it is the same people, because like I saw some of the channels, right? They immediately start complaining about Breath of the Wild being so open and having no direction, and there's no dungeons, and it's like, what did you expect? Like, literally. I still go there. If a game is more open world, they can't have the story be quite as focused in the same way that they can if they have it linear. That's just kind of how that works. They can do some semblance of a story, but overall, it's just... How much can you plan for? Because the answer is, in reality, they're never happy. Those people, I mean, specifically. It's like... You give them exactly what they ask for, and they'll still find a problem with it. And I think the thing that... The biggest reason why I really am kind of left with, I just like... You give what you deserve, is like... I like Skyward Sword. I liked it when it came out. I like it now. I still love the game. Yes, in the original, it was frustrating that you couldn't skip the tutorial phase, but at the same time, it wasn't so in your face. Agreed, just in the same way like some others are, where it's just like, this is how you walk. And I mean, heck, when they remade it and they put it on the Switch, they literally made it, yeah, you can skip the tutorial and you can be having a slightly different experience because the people in question now have a different opinion of you because it was the tutorial was little mini quests to do, like saving the cat or Rimlet. If you don't save the Rimlet, Professor, I can't remember if it was Owlet or the other guy. I think it was the other guy, but he's just like, well, you deserve your fate to some extent, but he's still gonna delay because he was asked to, but he's just like, that's what you get. And I don't know, I think that's kind of cool. But I don't know. I just think to me, I just never understood the hating on that game. Even like getting more in understanding the Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, all that. I went. But it is a truly different game. Yes, it has where you go to each place. But it goes in a different way, and you're not like completely in new areas. You're still kind of in the same areas. You can go there whenever you want. And by the way, I don't know if you remember, Snow, but the first breakable items in Zelda was actually in Skyward Sword, so that's probably why you would hate it. You hated it. It was the shield. Your shields could break, and you'd have to buy a new shield. If you weren't on top of that. Obviously, you could eventually earn the indestructible Hylian shield, but... that wasn't until basically the end game. But but you could heal the shield. That's where I go with, I could see them going back and making it where they heal weapons and stuff. Nah. It's like, how could I be so stupid? Because it's like, you could repair your shield in two different ways. Either you go to the blacksmith dude, Gondo, and he fixes it for you for like 10 rupee. Or if you need it in battle, if you had a potion that was like 80 or no, it was 60 rupee, I believe. You could heal some hearts and you could repair your shield. Obviously, the big reason to get that one over the heart was that you would have the shield repair, but that's cool. I honestly... I think it was a fun idea. That was fun. Also, I'm gonna need to start clearing out other things now. Because I think I've cleared out enough trees. When you consider that the trees, you could see where, because of the wolf, where the trees were. I think I may or may not have cleared out enough trees. Anyway, but yeah, I honestly... I'll make sure to get the floating tree, though, first. And move on to something else. But I honestly did not mind that. Anyway, but yeah. mean, even now, I hope that this is the game they bring back Girahim. Because I just love that guy. He was so crazy. And technically, he should be alive. But, like I said, if you disagree, you can disagree. Yeah. I think he was awesome. And it made me love the Master Sword, the Fi, you know? I mean, she could get grating, but she was like that broke the heart. Like, and she's going. Now she's basically describing she's sad, but happy. She's happy that the world's saved, but she's sad because she's never gonna see him again, or Link. I mean, that hit so hard. You know? Yeah. I honestly think that to me, it was definitely the most story driven, but it was so well done. I loved it. I do still love it. It is probably still my favorite. And I know there's people who go, clearly it's two different timelines. I don't think it is. I think Impa used Sheikah magic to basically kind of disguise certain things. I think she absolutely could even have done it with the Imprison. She's not above it, you know? She knows it's gonna happen. She made it clear. Keeping the world in line. Well, I don't think that's why he wouldn't end up... I honestly think in that one, the guilt would be what would kill any relationship there, you know? Because that's the other thing they really kind of went into there. Zelda feels so guilty because of what Hylia did, and she is Hylia. And it absolutely would kill any potential relationship. And it's a tragedy, you know? But it's so well done. I still feel that way. I think... And I mean, obviously, you start out hating Groose, but by the end, you love him. And... It does so much. It makes the world feel so alive in that game. I mean, all it took to make Groose be someone who's actually semi-friendly was to remove Zelda. Dude had one-track mind. And then the end turned out he was not that terrible. He was just stupid. Not that he claims that he wasn't. You know? He was just jealous that Link was Zelda's friend, although if you think about it... Yeah, exactly. Yep. It was just... he was jealous. And the sad part is if you look at it, there's a potential implication that Link was basically raised by Gaibora because his parents just aren't in the picture. Which kind of makes that worse, but you know... You know? not saying that was definitive, but I really did feel like that was semi-implied, you know? Like, oh, just like in many other games, Link is, in fact, an orphan. Just this time he was literally raised by Zelda's family. Yeah, he was living inside the Knights Academy, although there was the implication that some people lived there. Because it was a boarding school, right? Or more akin to a boarding school. But it's just kind of the way that they described things and stuff, I really felt like it was implying, unlike some of the other students who had come in later, he had been there a lot longer. So, like, I mean, obviously Pippet didn't live in the school, he lived at his house because it was close by, but seeing as obviously we don't see all the Sky Islands, I honestly got the vibe that, you know, several of the kids probably have families farther out and all that. Like, there was supposed to apparently be a milk island. They cut out because it just, like, well, how do you explain that one? Why do they have milk? But, and a few other things like that. But if you think of it like that means that there obviously would be other islands that you just don't see because they're not within the space. Probably built of wood, because the wood flew. And all that. But, yeah, and then it's like, then you have Link who's like, oh, he's been on the main island his whole life, which is why he's friends with Zelda, or at least since his early life. But he doesn't have family to live with, which probably means that he was raised by the school in a way that some of the other kids weren't, if you will. Which in itself is kind of dark. So, yeah. But at the same time, nothing says that that was definitively the case. It's also possible his... You know, the other thing, the other reason why I don't think that, like, Link and Zelda would end up together in Skyward Sword is because Zelda clearly doesn't like the fact that Hylia effectively affected her, right? And probably wouldn't want to do anything she thinks is caused by Hylia. If she thinks the only reason she likes Link is because Hylia liked the previous incarnation of the hero that would become Link, right? I just don't see her vibing with that. As I said, I honestly think the biggest reason why Hylia is not known is because Zelda slowly but surely would have stripped away any remembrance of her, leaving only small pockets that eventually, potentially, just kind of, even if it's her own family, kind of thing, eventually they're gonna die off. Encourage higher believing in the three goddesses rather than specifically focusing on Hylia and all that. Things like that. Which over years would eventually, obviously lead to being forgotten until people would uncover and remember. Or potentially, not even remember exactly, just more like, you know. Anyway. Like, I would assume that potentially, even if they don't discuss it, the Sheikah, potentially through all the games, continuously are believers in Hylia, right? Because she has a relation to them, which is also part of why they would protect the royal family. Because they're the Sheikah. Which similarly infers that there were people on the ground. Again, they go with the other reason, politics. But like, beyond that, just from a psychological stance, I just don't think it would have ever led anything long term. After all, they're teenagers. And honestly, considering with Breath of the Wild and Tears, especially with Tears of the Kingdom, it makes me wonder, like, other than the fact that obviously Bruce was a jerk, it's like, so if we assumed that Hylia had a type, right, which then means Zelda would have had a type whether she knew it or not, potentially, and that would just be passed down, honestly, I would assume potentially through, like, just in general, right? Wouldn't Bruce have been more along the lines of potentially Zelda's type? Other than the fact he was a jerk. She did not like jerks. She's like, you're rude and mean? No. So who knows, maybe he was the winner. Not really. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's just funny to think. Oh, that's weird. Is there like a piece of grass there, I guess? I really was kidding. The irony is I don't think that, like, by the end of the game, Bruce would pick Zelda. He cares about her as a friend, but... Well... He most likely had years to just, like, work through his stuff, you know? I mean, because it's a game, you don't really see how long anything actually takes, but... Like... Depending on how long any of these different things took, it could have taken anywhere between... I would say the minimum is a month, but I would actually say it's probably closer to, like, a couple years. Minimum. They've probably gone through several... Well, actually, maybe not. Depending on how often they do the race. It's entirely possible that they only do it every couple of years. And that they have other ways of choosing knights beyond that. Or who goes on to the next class. So for all we know, like, everyone else at some point eventually became either knights or moved on with their life. And, because it's a game, we don't really see any moving forward. Or rather, to be more exact, then you don't have, you don't want to change up too much to make it like, oh wait, this has been a lot longer than you would think. But, like, I'd say a good example of potentially, like, time definitely moving forward is, what's his name? Not Krellin, the other guy. Strick? I think it was Strick, right? Or something along that line. That line. The guy that was into bugs, right? He basically, other than they have him in his dorm at night, he basically has moved out of the school entirely. I mean, he was already almost always at the Lumpy Pumpkin, but he set up his own, like, game and all sorts of things like that. And that's where I would say he set up, like, his bug preserve, the island that has so full of bugs. And he has the game and everything, right? Like, if it wasn't for the fact they have him back at his dorm, I would say, oh, he probably was living there at that point. Had moved out of the dorms, gone and done his own thing. Yeah. I don't know, I mean, you could disagree with me. That is totally fine. But I think that's one of the biggest things I'd say was I would totally believe that if it wasn't a game, it would definitely take longer. Because, let's be real, potions probably can't cure everything. You have to take time. Especially the, like once you get into the, oh, what is it called? Streamer brain. Won't let me remember. But you know. Why can't I remember? Silent Realm. There we go. Sorry. Once you get into the Silent Realm, I mean, even in the stance that they give him, he's more and more hesitant, which I would actually argue would also imply that he probably takes longer and longer between Silent Realms as well. You know? After all, it's a place where you can die over and over and over again in excruciating pain, but that as long as you have the willpower to move forward, you just keep living. And by willpower, that doesn't even mean it's your own willpower necessarily for that. It's just like you're determined to move forward. Of any kind. So, I mean, I don't know. You could tell me I'm wrong. I'm just reading too much into some of it, which I probably am. I'll acknowledge that, but I don't know. That's just kind of how I... Yeah, I definitely probably am. But I do think it would take longer. I do think it would take a long time. I'm just saying, though, I mean, hero or not, the concept that anybody, like, and when you consider that he starts at, like, either 16 or 17, this whole mess, right? I think he's supposed to be 17. I don't know about you, but I think the Silent Realm would just completely and totally just, like, again, a realm in which, as long as you have some willpower left, you will not die, but you can be ripped apart to shreds in the most agonizing, painful ways possible. I just don't think that would leave you. I'm serious. That's just the kind of horror I just don't think I would wish on anybody. Bleh. Ever. And yes, he's trying to save Zelda. But, even... like, and at that point, he's basically been told... I mean, he hasn't full-on been told, but he's... It's been implied that if he doesn't do it, the world might end, and then obviously after that, then he gets told, oh no, the world definitely will end if you don't do this. I mean... Yes, you become determined to save everything and everyone, but I just am kind of of the opinion, I think that it would probably, to some extent at least, time. And like I said, I absolutely see the concept of going for the whole dude probably isn't like 100% able to just like cure away all his wounds. Yes, game mechanic wise, yeah, you can do that. That's true. But what if we take game mechanics out of this? Like, dude straight up probably gets burned from the lava, and all the fire. Depending on how Like, I could totally see, like, between areas requiring, like, a month of recovery as well. Depending on how they are and everything. I mean, Girahim straight up uses, like, dark magic. Yes, we can heal in-game. So, I mean, with the potions, but, like, basically dark magic? No way. And if we take the Echoes of Wisdom, a little bit of spoilers for that game here, into account, potentially it's not even dark magic, it's null. Like, it's literally the element of null, right? Of nothingness. That has been used on Link's body. By Girahim, depending on how it works. Like... That's gonna be a lot harder to recover from. You know? So, well, I totally am reading into it too much. Well, I'm not really reading into it, but... Like, I'm definitely, like, looking at it, like, complicated, but I'm just saying, like, if you were to, like, take the game element out of it, I just don't think it would be anything. But beyond that, I mean, other small signs, like I said, Groose, he grows a giant Bob-omb plant, for Pete's sake. That is not the work of, like, 2 hours. Let's be real. That is probably... That's probably like, 2 or 3... I'd give it at least a couple months worth of work. And another thing is, so we know that Groose, at the beginning, after Zelda disappears, he's kind of completely sort of broken, right? Mentally. Which we see with, if you peek into his room. Or talk to anyone as well that is interacting with, specifically Crawlin. But... Oh. Ah, I'm not trying to hit you, donkey. I'm trying to... help you. Get out of there. I don't really care if you like me or not. I kind of want you to stick around though, so I'm gonna make you live. There we go, we've got a donkey. I'll probably move at a later date. Hopefully the donkey doesn't die. But no, I think that to me, like, looking at it, like, the fact that Groose goes from... I mean, the state he is in near the beginning of the game to, effectively after the first area. I mean, that's the thing. It's not even, like... Well, not the first area, but, you know, the first third of the game. Like, he's... jumping on. Again, I mean, I know it's spoilers, but... as the discussion kind of goes. Played the game on the game. But, I I would say even that the fact that he again, spoilers, he goes from effectively kind of being half broken, if you will, at the concept. To chasing after Link to figure out what the heck he's doing. Also, can we talk about how like apparently how sneaky Groose can be, or like how silent he can move around? Like, we're not that distracted, and he's apparently following us to see where we go. But beyond that, like, that's not an overnight change. Heck, even the Pietra side quest, considering you have to sleep for several nights, you specifically have to sleep. That is a good way to indicate time is would normally be passing. Alright? So we know at least most likely for 100% canon, or like if you're for a canon 100%, right? You have to have it at least be longer than a week. Without taking anything else into account. Because of Peaches. And let's be real. It's only for gameplay reasons that she starts thinking maybe you're there for her after the 3rd day in a row. More likely, like every time you're in town for weeks on end, you go into the item check for whatever reason. And maybe even just to see her. Who knows? So, yeah. Because they can't have it be where you sleep, like, 30 days in a row or whatever. Or more. And, I mean, heck, beyond that, considering the implication is that heart flowers are basically only in the sky, right? In reality, every time you need to heal, if you haven't got potions on you gotta return to the sky. I gotta go to the skeleton grinder a second. So that I can heal my shovel. Got quite a bit done. But, yeah, I think that to me... If we're uncertain, we can be certain that Beatrice definitely points towards it being longer than a day. Longer than 2 days, even. And heck, I mean, we worked through getting Betrow completely turned into... And that's the other thing. The thing with Betrow actually points towards the concept that other people are just living on other islands farther away. Because nobody, other than the fact they think he looks a little bit odd, nobody thinks anything of him, right? Nobody thinks, where did he come from? Meaning, unless it's like different than Japanese. I don't think it's different than Japanese even. It's like, so, yeah, he appeared one day, but it's not weird, so... I'm gonna guess that the reality is more along the lines of just... I don't have a bed. I'm gonna steal this bed. I'll return it on my way back up. But I'd rather have a bed near me. Anyway, so yeah, I mean that I would go with, and beyond that, yeah, I don't know. I really like the game, obviously. I think I can just go down. Or can I go up? Over, down, right, up, up, up. The bed can go here. The light goes off. I didn't bring any glass with me. I meant to, but I did not. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Alright. Anyway, yeah, I honestly go with yes. It's time travel. It's a closed loop. And Impa just ensured that the closed loop happened. Because it protects the world. Does this mean she was sitting on the Master Sword for who knows how many years? Probably. Hiding in her robe. And that depending on how things were going. Well, I mean, that's probably what she would have the large robe over on, wouldn't it? And then also using, again, Sheikah magic. But you consider that Sheikah magic is specifically related to shadows and illusions, right? Like, it makes sense. She'd be able to do that. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Maybe they don't have the ability to do that. But kind of implication-wise, I felt like that kind of fit the whole, they're the shadows, they're the this, they're the blah blah blah. And so... Heck, I even see her hiding the Tree of Life, you know? Being like, yeah, it's there. But they can't see it. And then, like, hints to Groose, hey, maybe we want a plant there. So that Groose tells Link, hey, maybe we want a plant. It'd be cool if we could grow a plant here. That'd be funny. I don't think it necessarily goes that far. It's potentially a minor change over time. But, I mean, it'd be absolutely in line. Because, I mean, like, whenever I see people, like, theorizing, like, oh, trying to explain the loop, and oh, there's clearly a second timeline, no one ever discusses. Groose specifically mentions how, hi, it'd be nice if there was a tree here, don't you think? And it's so out of place and strange, because it's like, there's all these trees outside. Why would you want a tree here indoors? But that's your hint towards putting the thing for the Fruit of Life, or whatever it's called, into the place. The thing that's far more interesting is that with the time stones, which in theory are not changing time, right? Is that you give the Fruit of Life to the dragon in the HD version. And then he's no longer there in the he's no longer been chained up and died in the present. Like I said before, I don't know if they made a mistake because it used to be that he would still be there if you turned the time shift stone off. Because obviously he didn't die of his illness. If you actually look at his body, he clearly had been chained up at some point. Which is kind of dark. If you think about it. I don't know. Maybe I pay too much attention to that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's like he finally escaped. It just took him a fourth timeline? You know? I'm guessing you never actually bothered to check, right? You have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, I was that weird kid that was curious if his body would still be there after. Because it's like, well, I mean, technically we healed him. That's why I ended up checking when I was doing, I was playing through. Because I wanted to know, does he, but no, now his body is actually gone. But then I just wonder, did they just forget to put the model in afterward? Like, did they purposely remove it to be like, oh, no, he now was able to escape because he's no longer sick? Still dark as all get out, the idea that he died because... Not just because he was sick, but because at some point the, probably Girahim came and, yeah. Which also, though, explains why the other dragons are hiding. Again. Dark. Yeah. But I mean, it's fair enough to look. The only reason I even was curious was because I was like... I honestly wanted to know if he was still dead. I thought... I mean, honestly, when I first played through, I thought, well, of course he's not dead, you know? I mean, no, or not that he's not, but more like, there's a decent chance he's alive. After all, he's... But then it's because it's a localized, it's supposed to be like, I assumed it was just a localized now, but, like, it's like, clearly he did survive, because he's now healthy, so the Bokoblins couldn't chain him up. Like, okay. That's... Anyway, I don't know. Alright, we almost have a full up, yeah, I figured, but... Still checking. I should probably do the axe too, but I don't really... But no, yeah. Honestly, like I said, I just kind of go there and I go, yeah, I think at this point, Impa just totally convinced Groose to say to us, hey, don't you think that'd be great to have a tree there? And then we somehow actually change history. Possibly. With the time shift stones, but not with the gate. That kind of makes sense. Although the gate's made of time shift stones, I think. But not. I don't know. Anyway. Love the game. And then there was a little robot friend. What was his name? Topper? I can't remember. Like, I know his name. I'll... I mean... The things that make that game dark aren't the things you think of. It's all the robots. That was the darkest part of the whole thing, you know? What should I play tomorrow? Before you go, but I hope you have a good night. We've got Stardew, we've got Slime Rancher, we've got... Breath of the Wild, I guess. Alright, so one vote for Slime Rancher, one vote for Java. I'll have to think about it. I'm not sure that anyone else is here to vote right now, so either way, I hope you have a good night's sleep. I will think about it. If Night pops on before I finish streaming Alaska, he'll probably pick Slime Rancher, just knowing how he goes, but you never know. And that is the best I can do. My mom likes Stardew. So... I mean, I don't think it's exactly redundant. You like what you're doing, I mean, why not? Plus, I mean, I don't think that, going in and hunting in the mines is exactly your average farm. Especially in Florida, where we don't really have caves. Hello, mine. In that way. I mean, like, I guess technically we kind of have limestone caves-ish. But not really. Yeah. Plus, there's fishing and other things of the like. Plus, it's the fun parts of farming without having to do the not so fun parts. You know, like, you can have the chickens, but not have to worry that you're gonna one day wake up and they're all dead. Unless you leave the coop open. Alright. Alright, I'm almost healed up. When it's finished being healed up, I'm gonna head back upstairs and do more clear out. Or I can do some building. Well, finding a chicken dead? Yeah. Chickens die. It's just kind of how it goes. It's part of the territory with being a farmer. They can be killed by all kinds of things. Heck, I mean... Old age, wild animals, some dude who decides that his dogs should be free and clear to do whatever they want, including terrorize everyone else's farms. But anything to kill chicken. And they're not. The problem. Other problem is they're so brave and stupid. They follow that line. Okay, we turn the light back up. Then go back upstairs now. It is life. But like I said, I mean, the fun parts of the farming you could do on Stardew. Right, I think that's the end of these guys. I don't want to know. There's one dude. Oh, hey, this fell all the way back here. I bet his armor has Depth Strider. It's a line there. Wait a second. Yeah, it sounds like a cat. For sure. Well, I've done as much as I can. It doesn't look like they have too much issues. Yeah, see, it comes right back. It's kind of cool. Alright, I'm probably gonna head back upstairs, go ahead and do a little bit more cleanup, but I think maybe, like, plan out where buildings will go. We'll see, but honestly... I don't know. I mean, obviously it's late. I hear a slime. A slim. Yeah, I know you're down here. There we go. Free slime. There. Alright. Well, let's be fair here. Take what I can get. I don't have a slime farm or anything, so it's not exactly simple to get what I'd want for anything. Alright, I know I intended to go get, like, frog lights today, but I just kind of decided to focus on some of the things I've not been focusing on. Which is actually clearing out the area. I'll never get anything else done. If I have all this area that's just kind of sitting there and I'm just looking at the background like, yeah. And honestly, this has basically just been me, like, discussing my controversial gaming opinions while I clear out area. And, like I said, I mean, we can entirely disagree. Or agree. Or you could actually explain it to me if you actually have anything. I'm always willing to listen. Problem is, sometimes things are subjective, sometimes they're objective. Alright, anyway, but that, I mean, I honestly, I like Stardew. It's fun. I hear an Enderman. Objective versus subjective. Objectively, I hear a Enderman. Don't know what it's doing, but it's there. Subjectively, I like the game Stardew. Not everyone else has to. Those tastes are different. Alright, so the layer we want this at is this one. As we can see. What is... Oh, dude. Like, you still have a spot, dude. I hear him. Like, where is he? Is he above me? Like, he had space to be. Oh dear, that's both cute and frustrating sounding. Yeah, I see the dude, but like, he has plenty of room. There, why don't we just give him an area to come in? If he won't, then I'll just clear away. I don't know what's down there. Also, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna wait for him to de-aggro, probably. Not because I'm concerned or anything, it's just... I don't know. I'm not even sure where he is. I feel like this should be like considered a bug, you know? Like, where is he? I'm not even like hiding or anything. Actually, you know what? We're gonna put this here just in case. He seems to be gone. Like... I'd be ready to fight if I have to, but... Yeah, he's just gone. I don't know how long it takes for them to de-aggro, or if he just kind of zipped himself somewhere he doesn't exist. Entirely possible. Since he's still aggroed, he might still be, like, alive, but, like... And so, like, at some point, like, find myself going, what? As some Enderman attacks me. I have lights. But I have dirt. I'll just carefully clear this out. I know I have the other side, but I'm just filling this in with dirt. Even if I decide to, at some point, empty this out and be like, okay, yeah, I can do that. I'd like to just kind of clear this out like this for now, because it's easier, to be honest. Just kind of come back in later and be like, yeah, okay, I need... I mean, it's easy to clear out. Actually, let me go with this first. Because I don't need grass. Yeah. Alright. Oh, no, I'm not out. I was supposed to be like, I guess I'm out. And like I said, I'll probably end up clearing all this out later, but for now... Just for, like, trying to kind of flatten and have an area to see from. Yeah. It's convenient. Alright. There you go. And like I said, I've said many times, I'll say it again. I don't know. I just kind of... I don't know what I was going to say. Anyway, let's see. I don't know. I feel like I need a scratch up. I don't know what I would want to do. Since I'm planning to clear out the trees, I might just clear out this area as well. And then it's just like, if you watch my content, you know what this is, but otherwise you don't have any idea, you know? Clearing out all the trees, clearing out all the things. This is long and complicated. There we go. Right. There. All right. There we go. Do 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 do. And clearing out. So, and then this will just be gone. And then I'll probably remove the everything else as well. Because like I said, I think what I want to do is I want to clear all this out and just kind of... yeah. Make it so that the view is pretty flat. I know this is... you know, I mean, that's the screenshot. Actually, I think... see, because you could see in the other one, and now you can see farther away. I'll probably say that and use that. Because, I mean, that's a lot cleared. You could see I've cleared all the land from there to there now, and then the trees were... anywhere there's green, there were, like, a ton of trees, and now there's just nothing. But it takes way kind of too long. Alright, as I said, since I'm probably going to clear the trees, there's spruce back there, I can work with that. Or heck, if need be, we can go to the Christmas district. Alright. Since this was like the last area kind of left that wasn't flat in here other than over there. I feel like I really should. It honestly makes things a lot easier to kind of judge. You know? Alright. I'm out of room, I guess. I'm gonna need to sleep in a second. Very much out of room. Hi guys. C's go in here. I don't know where the puzzle goes yet. I really don't know a whole lot of that. Probably. You know what? We can put it in here for now. This is basically anything I don't know where to put it yet. That's a block. I should probably deal with the chickens. It's probably been a while. Let me buy the podzol and then let me deal with the chickens. There's probably too many chickens to, or chicken eggs rather, to even consider. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Feel very judged by the pillagers. Alright, I mean, it's gone. It's all gone. And I'll have to keep going farther and farther back. But, I haven't even made it that far. Like, judging by this, I've only made it like 1, 2 buildings farther than I already had it, ish. Kind of crazy how little. Good deal with chickens. Oh my goodness, there's so many chickens. Alright, let me just collect a couple. You know what, we're just gonna toss that out a second and pick this up. Alright. I can pick that back up. I left it going for a bit too long, I think. I almost feel like I wish I had another hopper. But its entire purpose was just to kind of and then I could pull it out and pull it out again, and then I need 2 more hoppers though, and then just gonna make a chest of eggs. And then it would no longer be my problem. But it's a lot of chicken. A lot of chicken. Alright. We're just gonna take all those eggs, because eventually they're gonna... Yeah. There's gonna be so many chickens in there by the end, it's gonna be so crazy. Let's just clear the eggs out. Alright. Who knows how long this is gonna take. There we go. That's probably enough for now. I'll come back pretty soon. And we'll do another batch like this. And by pretty soon, I mean... I don't know about that. But I definitely need to clear out more. Alright. I'm gonna let that be the amount that's in there, because they're not dying yet, but they will when they get to be adults. Yeah. I didn't mean to do that, I just forgot about them. But I do have to clear them out, so... yeah. Alright. Whew. That took a lot. Now I need to figure out what the other side of that cave was. I'm sure there's like nasties in there now, but what was it? Here, I'm thinking. Got lights just in case. It goes down even further. Well, you know what? I don't know how I'm going to do a stack of puzzle. I'll probably still use some, so I'm not going to get rid of all of it. But I can make more, so... yeah. So not like you're gonna ever see this, right? Alright. There's so much space back here. We're going for the green grass first. And hoping we don't get creeper spawn. That is the thing that I am most concerned about, with this whole thing. If I'm being totally honest. I know technically they won't spawn here, but still. Alright, okay, I mean, it's mostly filled in, right? I probably need to get more dirt. And then come back and do more. I'm gonna put down one more light down here just to be sure till I get back. Nothing spawns. Although I suppose technically all I really gotta do is clear from here. A little bit. And then we have everything we need, right? Fill in that hole some more. Pretty good, I think. Alright, there we go. Kinda just gonna... do so. And then we can fill it in and it'll look great once it's filled in. I should probably check what layer I should only... yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That's another, like, a whole line. Whole 4 lines. Quarter of a building. Alright, of course. Alright, let's go see what we can do now. The layer I'm on is 92. So my feet need to be on 92. That's where I should clear up to. And not a spot higher. So, like, here. And this is 91. So this one, that's pretty high up. Definitely enough to clear these out. Hello, Knight. How you doing? I know. I think you... I'm sorry. I've been, Right. Alright. Anyway, how you doing? Other than me Lobster Street, which I'm sorry to hear. I hope you're doing well. Yes. Fair enough. It happens. Alrighty. So... Alright. As you can kind of see here, I'm trying to do some grind work. I figured I'd just do that today. Kinda. So I'm not sure when the last time you were here was. For Java. I think you saw the pillagers. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that you're doing so-so, by the way. Hope. Oh, he's definitely at the right level. You feel better. So, you... I was more meaning because I got some moved. And I was like, I'm pretty sure you saw them, right? With their names and everything. I don't think you've seen the dog cave. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I've got a dog cave. Oh, no, we don't want to put that. We could just kind of remove this here. Do the this is 92, so this is where we would be going to anyway. Alright. So this is the row we went to. There. Give me a second, let me finish what I'm doing right now and I'll go show you the Dog Cave in a second. Also, what do you vote we do tomorrow between Slime Rancher and Java? As those are currently the two choices. Alright. They've already been voted on, it's just I need a tiebreaker. I kind of figured you'd pick that, but you'd never know. Anyway, in other news, my mom has started streaming. But I'm pretty sure you're asleep then, so... yeah. Alright. There we go. She streams earlier than I do. So, yeah. So I have no idea what your time zone is, so who knows. I'm just guessing because you're kind of waking up naturally. She streams between effectively 6 to... She's aiming for like 7 but 8 p.m. She's aiming to start streaming at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. She's been a little bit... eventually. Learning how to get things started, so she's been starting closer to like 6:30. But I'm pretty sure that's just based on what you said. I guess I'm one higher than I thought I was. Yeah, for the next week you will. As I said, just for the first week. So I wanted to give my mom a fighting chance, you know. You don't tell my mom. She does not know that I'm doing this. Alright, Sue Duggo Cave. No, that's fine. As I said, I'm not like, I'm not like trying to guilt trip anyone. I just literally was going because I know like Dwaga was interested in everything, so I was just like, and plus, as I said, I do get like here's the Duggo Cave, but. Yeah. Alright. The cute and fluffy doggos all have their own cave. I will probably expand this at some point to give them more room. But for now they have some grass. They have comfortable like carpeted land, like pillows for them to be on. best I could do for the moment, because it just basically, I'm trying to have them out of the way while I'm building and stuff. Because obviously they were in the one building, right? But as I was trying to work around them, I was nearly hitting them every now. I did not hit them, but like, because I was trying to add in floors and stuff a little bit, you can see here. And like, I try to put something down and then there's a dog in the way. Yeah. And like I said, I do want to expand. I'll probably give them a whole area somewhere else that'll give them like little houses and stuff, and then people can name them or all that. But for right now, I just was kind of going more along the lines of just kind of giving them anything that's not the inside the building that I'm working on. Give me a second. No, he threw up. I saved his stuff. I'm going to save it. Stuff. But he's gonna look. I know you're gonna say. He probably will, but he just straight up threw up. And since he has all his loveys, like I just have him in his crate at night because it's hard for him. But since all his loveys were in there, I just kind of was saving them because I did not have the ability to remove him. The only reason buddy, don't go back in there. I know you want to invest. No, I know you want to be in there, buddy. No. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go get something to clean this crate. Because he's just sad. Literally still wandering, and this isn't like a he wants. Yeah. Not an issue. Hairball. Give me a second. Anyway, I mean, obviously I'm still streaming, but I'm just gonna get this kind of cleaned up for a moment. He can be fun finishing, just getting it so that it has the up back in. And all that. I will put his lovies all back in a minute. I will not make him go back in or anything. I'm just probably gonna finish in a minute, but... I mean, I was in the middle of doing something. If I hadn't noticed, though, he'd be very sad. Because all his favorite things go in his crate. His favorite pillow, specifically his favorite orange pillow, because you know. Really does. Yeah, you do, don't you, buddy? You like the color orange, you like the word orange, you like orange. His favorite toys, including things he's stolen from different places. They're all stuffed animals, to be clear. It's not like, he just snuggles into them. Shirts he's taken from me. Yeah, he does, which I found funny because, like, the character that he's named after wears a lot of orange. Well, part of why he got named it. But he honestly does actually like orange. Like, you would think it'd be like, oh no, it's just because but he picks the orange every time, even when it's not like... He does not like pink. His sisters like pink. Oh, don't hit... that was not me that hit escape, by the way. That was him. Buddy, I can't play right now because I've got a beast in the way. No, it's too big for his teeth. He will probably rub his face all over it, though. And that's not really a good thing, apparently. Cats are not supposed to have too much citrus. But he'll rub his face on it. He doesn't... He doesn't, actually. It's dry. Anyway, I don't know. He likes oranges, he likes cayenne pepper. He really likes cayenne peppers to eat. We have to keep those away from him. There's not much room for him, if I'm being totally honest. But he likes it. Yeah, cayenne peppers. My mom used to, well, she sometimes still does, but she grow them. She part where she stopped growing them because it's kind of them on the counter. Like she'd bring them in, she'd grow them up. And then she turned around for half a second, and then there he is on the counter, stealing, eating onions. Of course you did, buddy. Should've known. And your owl. Okay. He's literally watching to make sure I put everything in, by the way. All this from the sisters. Yeah, buddy. Our cats are weird. Another of our cats likes potatoes. And they all like tomatoes. As in, they will steal tomato and eat it. Alright, he's distracted for the moment, so I'm just gonna go ahead and let's move a little bit more in here. Sorry that I took a second there. I wanted to make sure his little area was safe. Yeah. Got my clothes off, buddy. Never said our cats were normal, now did I? And again, this isn't oh, we just gave it to them and and we're not like, we're about. It's literally they'll steal them off the counters. Like straight up, they will steal certain things. I think I mentioned before that he has a thing for bread, Sunabuna. But it's like, I look it up online because I was curious, what does that mean about cats? Like, you know, like what vitamins do they need or whatever, right? And the whole, you're a bad pet owner if you give your cats bread. And I'm just like, I just want to know why my cat's eating bread. I never gave him anything. Don't know. Because I really didn't. I'm careful. Hello, Bridgem. Thank you for the first time chat. How you doing? Yeah. What a conversation to walk in on. Me explaining my cat eats bread. Not that he eats it, but like he will steal it if we have it in the house. Yeah, that is timing. Yeah. My cat's currently distracted by, apparently he had some food hidden in his crate, which did fly out. And so he's eating that. It's not that he eats it, it's more, well actually yes he absolutely does, but it's more like he'll steal it if we have it in the house. It's not that often, because we try to keep things gluten-free, but even gluten-free bread, he just likes bread. And we have no real answer as to why. Because he's a scoundrel when it comes to that. He likes bread, he does like cheese, he likes things. And I would say, oh, it's because it's human food, but he doesn't like all human food. Yeah, he might as well be. Because he's not the pasta cat. No. That's one of his sisters that's the pasta cat. Then again, that would be his one sister, my brother's cat. Oh no. I know that's behind that doesn't have tissues, I don't care. Yeah. Well, there's something. He's feeling adventurous right now, and that's not really a good thing from history. But no, he likes he's more into the bready thing, kind of closer to being like a pizza cat. But he does have a sister. Well, overall he doesn't, like I said. We try to keep him from doing that. Because he's not really supposed to, you know? It's not really good for cats. But his thing is he just likes straight up bread or potato bread. Or gluten-free bread. He's a brioche. If it might have wheat in it, he'll go for it, but he's not really like a pasta cat in the same way that his one sister is. As in, hopping on the table for him. His one sister, Rendren, she she just goes... She normally stays off the table, right? She's a good cat. And then... And you would never guess it, but like if there's pasta that has tomato sauce and all the goodies in it, and it was left on it, she's there. Been that way since she's a kitten. And it's just like, why? And we really have no answer. You look online and all you get is you're a bad person, like I said. It's like... I just want to know why I need it. Maybe. But, possibly. But yeah, like I said, one time I got curious enough to check it, and it's just like, the assumption is, of course, you're giving the cat the bread, and it's like, no. Why would you assume when I look up, why is my cat eating the bread? That what I want to see, like the search engine assumes that what I want to see is my okay to feed my cat's bread? I mean, I've looked up things like, is it okay to give cats? But it's more like things like, is it okay to give cats Spam? And stuff, because it's like, it is a meat product still, even if it's... Or... Is it okay for the cat to just eat what the cat just ate? Without permission. Those are the two ways we look at it. Or I look at it. But, I mean, I love him. I see what you're thinking. Get away from the weed. Come on. Honestly, I think it's okay to do it in small amounts. Just like with anything else. As I really couldn't find, it's just like, you shouldn't give your cat too much weight kind of thing. Yeah, Man, I wish my cat... But our cats are more... They semi-think they're people. Not full on, I don't think. Which does make it complicated when it's like, no, you're the pet. But yeah, no, I mean... He just likes... I mean, I've never... the thing is, most cats don't like condensed milk, I've found. My mom has given them licks because they get interested, and the best way to get rid of them when they come up all curious is to let them sniff it and go, yeah, I don't want that. Like I said, our cats are... They don't have much of a sweet tooth, but that's just our cat. Other cats probably do. Plus, I don't know, they have an aversion to the color white. Yep. Hey, I mean... In the household, yes, we've used condensed milk for various things, so yeah. That's... it is pretty good. And food. I mean, like, even for things they like cream cheese or yogurt, if they actually see it, in their bowl, so it's like, I don't know what it is. Probably because they probably shouldn't have it, but we don't give it to them often. It's more like when they've been begging and begging and begging, it's like, okay, fine. Here, look at what you've asked for. And they might like it in that moment, or they might just go, nah, I don't want that. More often than not, when they actually see it, they go, nah, I don't want that. But if they just smell it and they see it on your finger, nah, they want that. They will eat that. Thank you very much. A very carbolicious meal there. But honestly, I mostly have used condensed milk in fudge. Like a simple microwave fudge. Don't lick the battery! Yeah. It is very desserty. Because oftentimes it's condensed with sugar, so it's like one stage off being butterscotch or caramel. Basically, that's the biggest thing with I would say with the condensed milk and but it's good. Like, if you want that kind of caramel taste without it being a full-on caramel, it is a good way to do it. Yeah, it's somewhere between ice cream and caramel. So, I think that's the best way to kind of describe it. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good, but it can be strong. It's good in coffee. I am building a city, a post-apocalyptic dystopian style city. I just decided to actually clear out more area today since I've been kind of putting it off. And it becomes a lot harder to kind of see how the city's gonna transfer from street to street, because this is the nicest street on this side. But then it's gonna slowly kind of become more weathered and such as it goes along. And I just kind of was like, you know, I need to actually clear out space. As you can see, this is like part of a building here, and then you can get back to where there's a building for the portal. But it's also being used as... They're actual buildings too, so... I just was kind of trying to clear out at least two kind of back here, so there's all I can start adding. But yeah, I've been building a city. I've also got a... Exactly, that's why I said it's almost good. But, I've got a few buildings, the fronts of them done here. Like all of 3. You can even see Yeah, it is a thing, because like I said, condensed milk is caramel that hasn't been fully cooked, basically. You can see we have little houses for our people down here. I need to add another one of those. The kind of idea is just eventually to add enough here. With custom plants and all sorts of things. Because we're living in a alternate universe kind of thing. At least it decided it definitely is. It's just like the whole world got bombarded by magic, you know? That's the apocalypse. So you get different types of apocalypses in different areas. So here, it's your typical kind of like the Minecraft. Yeah. The God's wagging his head. Do you want one night, by the way? I think you said no, but I'm asking again just to be sure. That's what I thought. Alright. And you. Anyway. Well, in the city, we have... It's closer to kind of being like your typical dystopia city kind of thing where... and like just certain areas of being more well kept as the apocalypse kind of comes in versus others. And then you have where everyone desires to be, which is on top of the wall up there, which is the village, which has its own unique secrets to it, but basically it's a one-way trip, you don't go back. Exactly. Quite literally. It's like as you come through this, but the idea is also the trees are kind of not natural or all that. I've decided the trees, none of the trees can be like in anywhere. These are fine because they don't look like normal trees. They look, I mean, obviously they're cherry blossom, but the pink wood and everything, it's like been affected. But so we have our village up here. And this is the village that everyone desires to be in, but in reality it's kind of... It actually is a cage, if you will. A trap. But basically, I kind of started doing the building first. I came up with more lore things later. It started out as just a village. I mean, I have a starter base elsewhere in the world somewhere. It's that way. Cat, please don't turn off the computer. But other than that, I just kind of started building. And the original idea was just kind of, what if Minecraft actually had a cherry blossom village? What kind of buildings and stuff would they maybe go for? Is the concept here. This is what I built under. So I followed their style of buildings and all that. Cat, get from in front of the... Yeah, you. Come here. Oh dear. Alright. He stole the filter on the mic. I had to put that back. But, yeah. That was kind of the idea up here, and then it's become more... That's true! I could show the underground as well, if you're interested. The resistance, the rebels. We still don't have a name for them. They're the resistance / the rebels. It's not a mega, it's just kinda... I mean, a lot of it was already there. How should I got? Yeah, I got time. I mean, the cave is already here. This is not where we're going. No, we do not call it that. But, like, I've got this statue here. The idea is it's an old warehouse that used to have a bunch of, this sunk into the ground at some point. But it used to be a Christmas parade. Storehouse, so you had all the floats and things. So throughout the facilities, you're gonna eventually have, like... this is Java. I have played on Bedrock. I right now am not, because they are having issues with their stuff. I can't go on my Bedrock world right now, so I've just kind of given up on doing that for the moment. I'm waiting for them to update it enough to finally be able to play again. Because, you know, it's just so laggy. The last time I tried to play on a world that wasn't a new world, it just nearly killed the computer. So I'm just kind of waiting. Like, I actually do have one, though. I just... Anyway, and then the other thing, as I've said, there's not much to this down here yet. It's just the statue. If I was on Bedrock, if I was on my Bedrock world and I could actually make it run without killing my computer. Again, I wish I could, but I can't. I was working on the ancient city and turning it into an RPG-esque city. So that's part of where I was just like, I'm so frustrated the new update has just completely like made it so I can't play. At all. I can, and when I mean, I barely can play on like a new world. But I do play Bedrock. I do like I started on Bedrock and I actually like Bedrock. Because I love the aesthetics of Bedrock. I kind of semi-dislike the fact that the, like, aesthetics of Java, I wish they'd bring some of it over. At the same time, I'm kind of glad Bedrock still has its own things, but I get worried that they're not gonna do that. Not yet, but in snapshots, yes, they have quite a bit. Thank you. Yeah. Like I said, it's a bunch of Christmas stuff, basically, is the idea, but and hey, you recognized it was a deer. I'm pretty proud of this, especially since I've come from basically having the worst Minecraft cow statue ever. To this. But I am actually, like, I completely free-handed that one. There was, I sometimes, like, follow tutorials and things on things, like, for farms and stuff, but my building is all freehand. For better or for worse. This time it was for better. But yeah, I am pretty proud of it. The entire reason I did the update, too, or rather, I went to the forest, I spent about 20 minutes there, I completed everything I could do in the forest, in the forest. Fine, it's not the worst, it's just not the best. It's kind of bad. You have to admit that... Mooseworth. Yeah, it is a skeleton of work. Do you like Undertale by any chance? Probably not, but maybe. Knowing the... Yes. Mooseworth the third, or second actually, because the statue is the second. There is no first. I mean, let's be fair, I didn't do a whole lot there. I just was kind of getting used to playing Java on my Because as I said, I was playing for years on I played on my phone. Nice. I love Undertale. It's what I started playing first on the channel. I don't have my first VOD of it. It was my second time ever playing, but because I wasn't saving VODs at that point, and I didn't think about it, and I just didn't, you know. I only realized later, but oh yeah. So you're playing Genocide. I got it. Yeah, I've never done Genocide just because I felt like it just looked like it'd be very just frustrating. Because I'm barely able to play Pacifist. But cool. And I'm just being honest with that. I honestly... Like I saw, I'm like, I don't think I could do it. I don't like, kind of having to drone on and on with playing, unfortunately. But hey. Yep, it is hard, and oof. Well, I mean, considering the idea is kind of meant to be to wear you down, right? Which I think it makes sense. Like, everyone has their thoughts on how it would go, like, reset-wise, right? I honestly think, obviously, the full-on Genocide would be, like, way later. Yeah, that would make it difficult. Difficult enough on the Switch. I don't even want to imagine the phone. But, yeah. I had already been really interested in the game before, but I had never played it because, at the time, I didn't really play computer games. Crazy, I know, now that I'm streaming and all that, but... Like, I played on the Switch game. I played games on the Switch. I played some things on my phone sometimes, but I didn't really do anything else. Cool. I mean, fair enough. And then it got announced for Switch, and I was just like, yes. So I had finally actually played it. I'd only seen playthroughs and stuff up until that point. And I had fun. Yeah, I just don't think I could ever do a Genocide route just because I personally... And again, like I said, not to knock anyone that does, but I just can't. The amount of having to grind and drone on and stuff, I hate Ori because of that. Like, every time I die and stuff, I'm like, the concept of having to do that and just be like, I can't. For me, it'd be the literal definition of insanity there. Continuing to try something and failing and hoping for a different result and believing this time it is, you know? I can do it. That's just kind of where I do end up going with it. It's not... I looked at it. I've watched playthroughs. Nah, Ori and I do not get along. Yeah, that takes a lot of determination. I'm not gonna deny that. Like I said, I applaud you, but I'm just being honest and saying I don't think I could do it. But I did watch a playthrough or two of it. Just to be like, yes, I've at least seen it all the way through. I just have to admit, I don't think I could do it. Because I just... The amount of repetition it requires and the most... Exactly. I applaud you for being willing to try and do it. But just don't ask me to do it because I don't think I can. Plus I love the characters too much. I just can't. I honestly don't think I could. I'm like, I'd probably like break at killing the Frogget. Even if I had never played it before, I probably would still have done that. I'd be like, I can't kill this. It's so cute. Fair enough. I'm just like, they're too cute. They're just, yeah, I know they're just like a pixel sprite, but they're adorable. I'd be like, I can't do it. So yeah. And honestly, I had thought about doing it at one point, but then I was like, actually playing the normal game, or like just playing through as a pacifist and trying to get through pacifist with a true pacifist. The first time I was like, yeah, no, if I can't stand doing that here, I just know I'm gonna be able to stand doing it, like, and actually killing that stuff as well. Realistically. Especially for effectively ruining a save file, not being able to go back and change. Yeah. But hey, I'm such a fan. I learned to make butterscotch cinnamon pie. Gluten-free. I mean, I actually went through that. I did that instead. And it is quite good. But it is semi-difficult to make. Especially effectively from scratch. Because that was the only way to find a recipe that I could do that wouldn't require all sorts of stuff. But I did it! I learned. I even know how to make a gluten-free pie crust for it. Alright. But yeah, no. Like I said, I do quite love that game. And I'm super excited because the Deltarune is going to be getting chapters 3 and 4 this year. Which to me is super exciting. Been waiting, yes. Oh, thank you for the follow. If I hadn't done Undertale like for my past two, for my like last anniversary, and I think the one before that too, yeah, last two anniversaries, I would do it again. But I did it like twice already, and it kind of feels a little redundant at this point. I'd almost be tempted to reset though and try again or play again, but again, it'd just be pacifist. So it's like, why would you even? As I said, I know what I like to play, and oh, what is your story? I'm listening. Oh, is it getting warm in here? Or I guess reading. I'm not sure what it would be, but I am paying attention. He almost tripped on the ears. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. You almost fell into next year. That's... You'd never live that down. I'm kidding, partially, but... Like... Yeah. Mostly. I'm mostly kidding. But, yeah. That's... Or are you saying you would almost win on a trip? I'm assuming you're saying you almost tripped on New Year's. That's what it says. But I'm never sure. So, yeah. Nice. That is lucky. You almost tripped into the next year, and you almost had a, but did not happen. Nice. I can respect that. That is a good day. But he stopped messing with stuff. Anyway, as I said, I thought about doing Undertale again this year, but I was just like, I've done it 3 years in a row, I think. Yeah. New Year's break, exactly. And I mean, I basically played it the same way 3 years in a row, and I don't know. I kind of just want to wait for the Deltarune update. Or, well, the new chapters, you know? And then do that instead whenever that comes out and be like, and that's the late celebration. We'll do everything else otherwise, but I've I don't know. But if you guys want me to, I'd still do it. Let me be clear. I'm not averted. I do not have an aversion to it, but you'd have to know it'd be the same. Again. Just because that's kind of what I do. But hey, maybe... Yeah, I could do a game that I have not played before. I've got a few. Not so... I mean, I have played games I've never played before. I mean, think of Ori. Part of what happens is that sometimes they just end up being frustrating. Over 1,000 deaths, I think, almost. Fair enough. Come here, buddy. Come here. Fair enough. And that's kind of how I feel as well. I'm like, I mean, it's a, what? I have heard of Cave Story. I've almost bought it a few times in the past. I didn't, but... Nice. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love... And he said, because he's in Florida, so he could not get to it. But that sounds really cool. Have a bakery as your neighbor. All good spills. But yes, I've heard of Cave Story. And like I said, I almost got it once because I was interested to... Oh, I'm sure. Bread is good. Bread is... I think pretty much any bakery ever's ultimate seller is bread. But I don't know where I can... if I can still get it. I'm sure I could probably find it. I'm still kind of trying to keep to a budget. Because obviously I'm not, especially since I'm kind of going to be trying to save for the Switch 2. That's definitely coming out this year and looks so good. Oh yeah. The red is good. Yeah. And ultimately so many different types. So yeah, I'm going to have to come up with other ways to do games to some extent. I mean, we could play another game I've done before and do it different ways and stuff. We have the loathing games and stuff. I could reset, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Plus, we have so many games. It's part of what's like also for me. I'm like, but I'm not against. As I've said, if you guys have a Minecraft mod or a game, again, I think under $5 probably. Ah. Fair enough. I could totally see that happening. It's like, this is my art. You cannot dictate it. Yeah, I saw. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Anyway, I gotta finish up myself, so yeah. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I thought I hit it earlier, but obviously I didn't. I'm so distracted by my cat. I'm so sorry. But yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Cat. Yeah. And plus, he needs me to. My kitty does need me to finish. He's flipping out. I mean, he's cute, but he's cute. He's like, I'm cute. Look at me. Hey, I mean, I didn't get much done on the building front today, but I did get so much done because we consider that I basically I have now got the unobstructed view all the way to back there, and I cut down the trees even further back and everything. It's not bad. Probably not gonna be a stream for everybody, but in the end, I just kind of, yeah. Especially like everywhere you see this color of grass, there were trees here. That really kind of shows how much I've gotten rid of. Then fair enough. And then you can just I know what Dragon wants because I did have the forethought to at that time to take a picture of what it was called. I think it's somewhere in my phone. But yeah, I'm not against like doing a new Minecraft mod or something instead. Considering Minecraft has become so big on this channel. It wasn't too tedious. It was mostly just like 5-block trees. A few of them were taller, but since it mostly was just birch and oak, it honestly wasn't so bad. I could just talk about whatever and be giving my controversial gaming opinions that you can disagree with entirely, and that's totally fine. That's how it goes, right? But I had to do it eventually, so I just figured I'd just do it. I mean, as I've said, all opinions are, as long as they won't get me banned, kind of welcome. I'm not gonna like just chase you off just because you don't agree with me, or vice versa, you know? Or I don't agree. That's not how that works. Legit, as long as I'm not gonna get banned, you got freedom of opinions and speech here. As kind of has shown. I mean, like, even if I'm sick, like, I'm fighting with someone, I don't ban them, now do I? Or tied out or anything. Because I just believe that's counterproductive at the end of the day. And that really and truly is how I feel. And hey, I mean, what better way to find out what someone else thinks than to actually listen, right? Keeps the world turning, at least in theory. Yeah, I don't pretend that everyone is gonna think how I think and all that, and I especially know that people are not gonna agree with me on the how I just look at certain things in gaming. Heck, I mean, if nothing else, I'm the person who can come up with crack theories like nobody's business, and you're just gonna be like, yeah, sure. And if they do reveal it's true, well, then you go, wait, what? How? But yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. And, yeah. I really don't know what else to say about that. Other than that, that's just how I feel. That's how I go about things. Because at the end of the day, and honestly, like I've said, if someone actually has like an actual piece of information I don't know, I'd like to see it. Because it's like, just because I've heard one thing doesn't mean I'm correct. If someone else says something else, but that is definitely, it's like, oh, okay, cool. I honestly, I'd heard this. And had not heard that. Anyway, but yeah. I probably do need to finish. My cat he's looking at me like I'm crazy. He's like, come on, woman. But yeah. Honestly, I think for just about anything though that I could come up with, I could come up with saying something that you don't want to hear, or probably won't agree with. I mean, like, let's just go with like gaming / like TV shows or whatever. But I don't look at things the same way other people do. But that's how everybody goes. So anyway, and it also fits to the vice versa and for anyone. And they're better that way. Otherwise the world would be boring if everyone was the same. Completely and totally dull. Right, kitty? Slime Rancher, because you picked Slime Rancher. Basically, it was because... Alright, I hope you have a good night's sleep, Dwagon. When you're... He says goodbye himself. He doesn't know what he's saying goodbye to, but he says goodbye. Yeah. But yes, tomorrow is Slime Rancher because, It was between what Snow had picked and Dwagon had picked. Dwagon picked the Java, Snow had picked Slime Rancher, and because you picked Slime Rancher, that's what it was. I just decided I wasn't gonna choose between myself. If you popped on, I was like, I know what you pick, but anyway. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day / night. I hope to see you tomorrow for some Slime Rancher fun, as we'll be doing some Slime Rancher 2, some Just Ranch 2. I want to get some stuff there that's completed, like finishing up the stuff there. I'm probably going to look up where certain things are as well, just so I can upgrade things as well. But I hope you have a wonderful day / night / whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And if it is night for you, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. So, yeah.